Please find your seats. We're just about to start. Yes, we are almost ready. Good morning and welcome back also to those who are following us via live stream. And I hope that everybody had a great evening last night. And once again, thank you very much to our three speakers who helped us to understand Poland. That was very helpful, at least to some of us. I opened this ATM yesterday by saying that sometimes there are days where years happen, and I guess that would be an understatement if one thinks about what happened exactly 111 years ago. That was Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria, was assassinated together with his wife Sofia in Sarajevo, which was then the casus belli of World War I. Just like you could say yesterday, we have an exciting program ahead of us. We have today more insights, 2 more plenaries. This time they're going to be on geoeconomics and on big tech and democracy. And we also have 4 policy salons and a wildcard session. The election was not rigged because we had OSCE observers. So the winner is EU-Israel. Huge applause for EU-Israel. So lots of things to look forward to, and we should be able to end about 1:30, depending upon how long Carl will speak at the end. So I probably should not have mentioned Sarajevo, but I did skip that apparently Tsar Peter I of Russia, on this very day in 1704, defeated Karl XIII of Sweden. It may be wrong, who knows? So this could again prolong the session. I know that you have flights, but I think this will be important to figure out. At any rate, let's get started with the ECFR Asia program. Obviously, we'll hear about China, I'm sure, but we'll have Janka, Oertel, and who better than Janka, Oertel, to kick off a conference Saturday morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lykke. And when Lykke last introduced me last week in Copenhagen, she said every time she meets me, I say something that scares her. And the next time she meets me, it has become true. And so maybe I can do the same thing today as well with all of you. A very warm welcome also from my side. German Chancellor Merz gave a big speech this week in front of the German Parliament on Tuesday. He made pretty strong statements on the foreign policy challenges that are ahead, how Germany needs to regain economic strength, and he emphasized the need for more European competitiveness. He sent a strong message across the Atlantic, saying Brussels was ready to negotiate, but also had the means to strike back in case no agreement was found. In 28 minutes and on 11 pages of written manuscript, he managed to mention China 0 times. That is a problem. It distorts a reality that Europe is facing to an absurd degree. Europe is currently facing dual coercion, tariff threats from the United States and rare earth export restrictions from China. One of these threats has the potential to immediately halt production in Europe and cripple its economic base. And let me just tell you, it's not the US tariffs. Please allow me to make 3 points. Number 1, the China challenge is different, and it's worse for the European economy than Trump's erratic trade policy. Not only because China is the strategic enabler of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, the China challenge cuts to the core of Europe's, and particularly Germany's, identity as industrial and manufacturing powerhouse. Or in the words of Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who last week at the G7 meeting put it very aptly, China is pursuing a strategy, and I quote, of dominance, dependency, and blackmail. Dominance is the goal not only for a few strategic sectors, no, the aim is to dominate the entirety of the value chain, vertically integrate it, and across basically all relevant industrial products, from clean tech to the auto industry, from rare earths to machine tools. Dependency is closely related to this idea. The world is supposed to be more dependent on China, while China is less dependent on the world. Beijing is maximizing security for a paranoid leadership that is preparing for war. Our response to dominance and dependence has been the idea of de-risking and diversification. And while the Chinese leadership has been aggressively pursuing its own 2Ds, Europe has only hesitantly embraced its own. This is coming back to haunt us now. On April 4th of this year, 2 days after Trump's tariff Liberation Day, the Chinese Ministry of Commerce presented Announcement 18, implementing export controls on specific rare earth elements and magnets. As everyone knows, the dependence on China is enormous in this area. All of the restricted goods are used in the defense industry, in the auto sector, and in the energy industry. It was a response to US tariffs, but not just US companies are affected. Everyone is. Japanese companies, Indian companies, and yes, European companies as well. They all have to go through a tough licensing process now. Companies have to not only provide sensitive details about end users and customers, but also about the products themselves, production processes, and company structure. So the Chinese leadership is impacting production and adding cost, yes, but it's also generating an extraordinary amount of economic intelligence that can and will be used to further enhance the ability to inflict highly targeted pain on global supply chains. It's a massively sharp sword that the Chinese leadership can wield because it has direct impact. Factories have to close if materials don't arrive in time. German automakers are currently scrambling to get their own diplomatic channels in place. Japanese automakers had to shut down select production lines. US companies had to do the same. Companies right now are basically willing to do anything just to make this problem go away. This is nothing other than state-organized blackmail, and we have to call it out as such. But Europe's response has been muted. Public outrage is muffled. Every company in every country is fighting for themselves, for that little hint of competitive advantage, and only playing into the hands of the Communist Party. Beijing has understood the value of applying just enough pressure to get industries to comply, and not quite enough to generate a collective response. At the same time, China's business model gradually eliminates market opportunities for European companies in the Chinese market and radically transforms the international landscape and limits European business opportunities at home and in third markets. European countries still make stuff. More than 30 million jobs are directly connected to the manufacturing industry, more than 20 million indirectly. Given a working population of around 200 million people, you can do the math yourself. We're talking about a quarter of all European jobs potentially being affected. This situation constitutes an existential threat, not only to European prosperity, but also to social stability, democracy, and fundamentally European security. We don't have to act on China because of the US. We have to act because we are directly affected. There are some in Europe that believe that we're in a bad spot and then we have to strike a deal with Beijing, that the EU-China summit that's coming up at the end of July should just be used to find any kind of agreement, even if not entirely beneficial to Europe. That we cannot fight a two-front trade war. I'm afraid we might have to. Brings me to my second point. There is currently no deal, no shiny opportunity with China, even if we really, really try, and even if we really want it. There's a grand illusion that is hard to get rid of and has persisted for 25 years. The illusion that Europe can negotiate with China and find mutually agreeable and enforceable solutions that last. In 2001, this was what underpinned China's membership in the WTO and the commitments we made. Everything was taken at face value. The Chinese leadership kept asking for more time, asking the world to be patient, while they were transforming towards a market economy. The problem is we're still waiting. Since then, we here in Europe have been trying constantly to navigate the growing list of concerns. But Chinese leaders now negotiate from a position of strength, and they intend to keep it that way. There's no room for growing market shares in China, no willingness to share technology, no desire to actually compete. Chinese companies are currently losing customers in the US and have to sell more at home. The idea that under these conditions, a trend of a rapidly shrinking European slice of that Chinese market could be reversed seems logically absurd. Beijing will happily pretend to open up more, to grant market access in new fields, but it has proven to do so only in areas that Chinese companies either already safely dominate or that have become basically irrelevant. The Chinese leadership really doesn't feel that it has to compromise. There's no charm offensive underway. We would just like to believe that there is. Xi Jinping was not even willing to come to Brussels to celebrate the 50th anniversary of EU-China diplomatic relations. There is no offer on the table from Beijing that looks in any way different from what they were willing to do before Trump unleashed tariff mayhem on the world. The Chinese leadership will not remember that Europe was kind while Trump was tough, and thus be generous and forthcoming. The Chinese leadership sees that Europe is weak and believes that it will never be united enough to come up with a tough response. If you are weak, you will be taken advantage of. That is the historic lesson that the Communist Party has learned and internalized. Every moment of relative strength has to be used to maximize gains and tilt the balance further. We have negotiated in good faith for decades. We've taken measures according to our own rules. We have not put 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, but have taken a measured and rules-based response. If we walk that back in light of Chinese coercion, we give in to a bully and invite more coercion. And the world is watching. Which brings me to my last point. It's now or never, but it's not too late. The Chinese economy is under enormous pressure. The US-China trade war is hurting Chinese exporters. Export controls can still painfully hurt Chinese development from the semiconductor industry to the aerospace sector. Europe theoretically has significant leverage. Theoretically, because if you aren't willing to use it, it ain't leverage. What we have to ask ourselves honestly is if we're finally ready to change tactics, if we're willing to respond to coercion and actually negotiate. Are we willing to threaten to close off our market in crucial sectors to Chinese goods? Are we willing to tightly restrict high-tech exports? French Safran engines are currently powering China's potentially competitive civilian aircraft. They don't have to. Are we willing to restrict investments to China? Are we willing to enforce our own rules on data protection and cybersecurity? Are we willing to really sanction Chinese banks and companies that support Moscow's war machinery? As long as the collective answer to this is no, we have no leverage. The Chinese leadership would prefer Europe to be weak and disunited because that's much easier to deal with. But it will also deal with a Europe that is stronger if it has to, just on different terms. So we have to create these terms. But we also have to fight the fatalists. Being fatalistic about things is easy. The fatalist would like you to believe that we have lost already, that we should spend our energy on adjusting to a new global trading order with Beijing at the core and accept the new dominance of China. Trust me, a lot of German companies have strong fatalist tendencies and always find a way to make money. But just ask our Japanese colleagues here in the room or friends from all over the world. There are so many countries around the world that wish they had our problems, that wish that they had a magic buffer of 44% non-tariff barriers in the single market that they could just like that eliminate and boost their own competitiveness if they just wanted to. Europe has a serious industrial backbone. It does not need to reindustrialize. It just needs to stop deindustrializing. Europe has an enormous pool of innovative talent. Europe is currently awash with cash that seeks stable investment opportunities. And even the most frugal countries, I'm based in Berlin, see the need for stepping up investment. Europe has partners in the rest of the world that are just waiting for us to seize the opportunity and to step up. But currently, these partners have limited trust that we will. I think it's on us to prove them wrong. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to hand over to my fantastic colleague, Agathe, who will moderate the next panel and will tell us how exactly we're going to pull this off now and has the right panel to do that with. Agathe, please, welcome on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Well, that was a very powerful start. So a warm welcome from me too for the second day of ECFR's Annual Council Meeting. And I'm delighted to chair a panel today that will not be really about the US or China, and possibly that will have a positive outlook because it's so about how the EU can do better when it comes to developing ties with developing economies. Because I think that if we want to have a look at two critical questions, well, there are two critical questions that will be really determining the long-term outlook for Europe. The first one is who will decide who wins the battle between the US and China? And arguably, we know who will be on the US side, we know who will be on the Chinese side, but the swing economies, the swing states, are the developing ones. So they will be absolutely critical. And then the second question that we may want to ask ourselves is how can Europe remain relevant on the global scene? Because if we think that geopolitical power derives from economic might, well, Europe is in trouble because Europe's long-term economic outlook isn't exactly great. So today we will have a look at these questions and essentially how can Europe beef up ties, geoeconomic ties in trade, tech, finance, with developing economies in a bid also to remain geopolitically and economy relevant on the global scene. So this is what we'll do today. I will start actually with a question for you, Michel. I wanted to start with you with a question about how you see the EU's assets. And I was mentioning we will have a positive outlook for this panel. What do you think are the EU's best assets, especially to court developing economies? Is it about trade? Is it about tech? Is it about finance? What do you think we can leverage in Europe?
Great. First of all, congratulations to the organizers. Wonderful to be here with you, with ECFR on this Saturday morning. And in this room that I know from our informal councils that started actually the presidency, which we still have 2 more full days to go, and we look forward to passing the torch. Who's counting? Exactly. Our Europe minister actually has a timer that gives him exact number of minutes left. I didn't go to this extent. And this is, well, I'm sure he can share this himself. But anyways, it's great to be here and look forward and a little bit back from the perspective of the EU Council presidency that we just chaired. We have tremendous assets as Europe. I can tell you the things that I have seen in my last, it's been also 6 months in the government for me, both when I meet with countries outside and when I sit around the council table. Few obvious but really big advantages. We are the predictable partner right now. We are the partner that opened up and is negotiating in a predictable way. Countries that are talking with us know that we'll stick to the deals when they are struck. We provide access to a wealthy, big internal market. And I agree here also with Janka that this is an advantage, that something that I actually been calling a little bit in our small council meetings a superpower, because if we complete the single market, we give ourselves a huge boost that is also an attractive proposal for all the countries negotiating with us. We realize that some of the huge challenges that we have, but Europe is now in trade negotiations with the US, which is just 13% of the global market and the global trade. So we have the 87 to look at. Janka is pointing out to really big challenge also coming from the Chinese side. But basically the predictability, the openness, the innovation that still is very much here. And on tech, this is the unrealized power that we have not yet fully deployed. So those are the first assets. But I would say that we really do have this feeling of optimism in the Council when we are a little bit, when we pause from all the day-to-day crises that are certainly on our agenda as well.
Thank you very much. And perhaps turning to Cecilia now, as a former EU commissioner, what do you think the EU must do better to leverage these assets? We'll go very general for the beginning of the panel, and then we can dig into some specific aspects. But what do you think that we can do better in a nutshell?
Well, good morning, and I'm delighted to be here, and thank you to the Polish presidency. Only 2 days left, but so far you've done very well. Well, there's a lot, of course, we can do better. There's always something we can do better. I fully agree that the predictability of the EU is an important asset in this regard, but it is also important that we stick to that. That when we engage with countries, that we do deals that are transparent, that are predictable, that are based on international norms and standards, and that we do not deviate for that. And there will be a temptation to do this. We have to be flexible, but some certain principles still will have to be stick to. Our internal market, and you touched upon that, is a great asset. It's the jewel of the European Union, but there's so much to do there. And we talk about European strategic autonomy, and we talk about a lot of things. But independently who sits in the White House, we have a very long to-do list when it comes to reforming, modernizing, adopting the internal market, taking advantage of the potential that is there. And there were calculations coming from IMF, or was it the World Bank, saying that the actual obstacles on the internal market are equivalent to very high tariff, especially in the service sector. We have the Draghi report, we have the Letta report. I know that some steps have been taken during your presidency as well, but we need to do more and faster and better. But that is also an asset in our relations with other countries. And what we do need to do now in a world where there's a very unpredictable US, we have China and all the complications that was outlined this morning, is also to realize that there are lots of other countries in the world. And many of these countries actually want to interact, trade, but also cooperate in a way in a world that is based on certain rules, certain standards, certain norms, the principles of multilateralism. And that's what we need to do. We need to reinforce trade agreements. We need to reinforce our cooperation with countries like India and the African continent and what have you. And we'll come back to that as well. And see that we do trade with China and the US, but there is a whole lot of other countries. So sometimes they call middle powers, or sometimes they call global south. I don't really like that expression because it sort of puts a vast majority of the countries in the world under the same label, and they have, of course, individual views and assets and aspirations. But we should focus much more on de-risking from the US right now and engaging in creating true alliances with the rest of the world.
Very interesting. And it's interesting to see that it's also about the US, de-risking from the US. I think that until a few months ago, everybody was talking about de-risking. The assumption was from China. But the debate certainly has changed. No, it's all about de-risking in general from both the US and China. Pramit, I will turn to you for a final intro question, a scene-setter question. What is the perception among developing economies about Europe and Europe's willingness and ability to deepen ties with developing economies? You've done a lot of work on India. What is, in your view, the perception in the rest of the world?
Well, I think, it'd be hard to speak on behalf of all developing countries. But I'll just say that India and even Africa, part of the world, which I know reasonably well as well, I think the core issues, I think there are a number of issues. One, India was, as you know, chaired the G20 recently, and we spoke, the government of India had discussions with 120 governments around the world, particularly in Africa, as to what they would have liked to see in the G20. And we noticed that a lot of them said, especially in the LDCs and other parts, chunks of the global south, said, look, we get that there's a bunch of changes taking place, digital revolution, green transition, all of these technological changes that are taking place. We don't want to get left out. But we also don't want to get caught in a US-China battle. So can you provide us a third alternative? And India's actually created a number of mini-laterals, as we call them in India, the One International Solar Alliance, which we worked with France, the One Future Alliance, which is basically about taking India's digital public infrastructure systems, which have been very successful, whether it's in fintech and so on, and transferring them to other countries around the world. And I think right now, 26 countries, mainly in Africa, have signed up for that. And a lot of these we've asked Europe to help us because we've been looking for partners. India may have the technology and we may have the ideas. We don't have that much money. We're still a poor country. So with France, we worked, for example, on the International Solar Alliance. But we've also found that a lot of these African countries, like, don't bring in the Western people. Just do it with us and with you. We don't want to get the Francophone countries in Africa are the most violently anti-French countries in the world now. But it's also true for a lot of the other countries we work in. They just don't want to work with Western nations. So India's like, okay, now we've got to do this on our own. We want to work with Europe. Our problem in India, I think, is slightly different, is that when we've tried to, Global Gateway, the Trade Technology Commission, all of these things we keep announcing, they kind of die after a few years and nothing seems to happen. And I'm not saying India is completely blameless on that front, but when I talk to Indian officials, well, what can we do with the Europeans? And they say, look, our problem is that we work bilaterally with a whole bunch of European countries, and we do brilliantly with them. But when we try to deal with Europe as a whole, nothing takes place. And given so many other issues that us or other countries in the global south have with so many other issues, including the United States and definitely with China, which India has an extremely hostile relationship with, the bandwidth problem then steps in, and then the European part slowly drifts lower down the list of priorities. So I think the game is we want to do stuff. At some point when Europe is ready to focus on this, we'd be happy to get those things done.
Very interesting. Actually, Cecilia, I need to turn to you for a follow-up question. Listening to Pramit, we've just heard just nothing takes place when the EU as a whole is in the game. So I need to ask, what would you say about this? What is your reaction? What do you think is the main challenge?
Well, I think that's a slightly unfair criticism. Of course, the EU is a slow animal. We have 27 countries, we have lots of parliaments, we have the European parliaments, we have different views in the different member countries, we have the Commission. It takes time. When it comes to EU-India relations, there are, in many ways, I mean, they're good. There are lots of talks and dialogues, maybe too much talks and too little action. And I have myself been involved in trying to revitalize the EU-India trade negotiations. They are slow. They've been paused for many times. I think we started them 22 years ago or something like that. And they've been paused, and then we restarted, and the paused and restarted. And surely the EU can be blamed for a lot of things. And I think India also had some expectations on this. Maybe the goals were not really compatible always. Anyway, there are talks, actually, and there are negotiations ongoing. And when I spoke to the Commission, I don't have any, possibly, Michel has that, any direct insights on the last dialogue, but there are the discussions, and some people from DG Trade even said that we can actually expect that something in the beginning of next year could be concluded with India. We saw that UK and India made a trade agreement. It was quite impressive. I mean, it's shallow in a way because it doesn't cover everything we are expected to include in the trade agreement. But maybe we can't get that. Those times maybe are over. Let's focus on what we can do and then build from that. And I think this is the EU's approach now, moving a bit slowly, but realizing this. And actually something could be done by the end of the year or beginning of next year. And that would be very good because India and the EU has a lot in common. And a lot of challenges that we could work on together, not only in trade, but as you said, on health, on sustainability issues, etc.
Michel, perhaps you want to react to this? Also, Cecilia, it's noted, end of the year, early next year, we've heard you for the EU-India trade agreement.
I wanted to provide a perspective that I saw as sort of on the urgency and the focus that I saw especially right after the so-called Liberation Day, tariffs, and as the presidency we then called the Emergency Trade Council, FAC Trade, and I was very privileged to be able to chair this council, and what I really saw around the table is sense of history, and the fact that minister after minister was talking about a change in a paradigm, realizing that this paradigm is changing, perhaps not yet clearly seeing where we are heading, but there is, what I want to say to this, there is a sense of urgency that I have not seen before around the council table, especially on two issues. One is the diversification of our trade and economic partnerships. And this is where India, Far East Asia, Middle East gets a huge bump. And we will be, I don't want to stick to specific dates. If Maroš Šefčovič was here, he could speak to that, or Sabine Weyand, but it's sped up tremendously. So there is this sense that we absolutely need to diversify. And the other thing where I see urgency and determination is on single market. Completing the single market, Cecilia talked about the barriers that are there. They are equivalent of 120% in services and 40% tariff in goods. We have huge potential only here. And this is where where you see the council actually going very strongly. So there is an urgency and a sense of opportunity. And again, we need to do this as a whole. But actually, and I will finish with this, I also saw at this council, and I continue to see it, a sense of unity on this approach, on this strategy that comes. The real shock was the Liberation Day and U.S. Tariffs that were highest in 100 years. Now it's up to the Commission and to our Danish colleagues to maintain this sense of urgency and a sense of unity to push forward on that diversification on non-single market.
So essentially, I think that what this leads to is also Trump as an opportunity for the EU. Diversify, deepen the single market, stay united. Perhaps I will turn to you again, Michel, about the institutional setup for the EU to deepen ties with developing economies. Is there anything specific that you think could be done? Any reforms that you think would be useful in the way that we approach these negotiations? It can be about trade, it can be about finance, it can be about investment facilities. Or is it not about the institutional setup? Is it about something else? Very open question.
Thanks. So I see this, the subjects we are talking about mainly through the prism of trade, because that's basically, so I have this hammer and so everything kind of looks like a nail in this sense. And I think in that area, EU is very, very well placed. It's actually, we have a single entity that represents us, European Commission. We have QMV on most things. It's actually very difficult, going back to perhaps some challenges, it's actually very difficult to divide us. And that's why we maintain unity as well. And thanks to great Polish presidency as well, I'm sure our leadership has been critical. But it also allows us to move faster if we want to move faster. In some areas of opportunities, like FTA with India, with adjustment of ambition that I think will be necessary to move faster, we are able to move faster. It's more challenging in other areas that Janka talked about, and I will just leave it at that. So the setup is good. But perhaps other colleagues will know a little bit more or have sense from the other side as well what we could do better as Europe.
I will actually ask Cecilia the same question from your reflections and experience.
Well, I think we need to look at also the global institutions. They are very weak today, and that is a problem as well. The weakness of the United Nations, G7 just had a meeting, G20, but it doesn't have the same oomph as it used to be. IMF, World Bank, WTO, obviously. So there is a need to reform these organizations, and I don't think this is going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to be easy. It will not be the priority of many others. But I think part of creating those alliances that we talked about in the beginning is for Europe also to realize that those institutions are not balanced. There is not enough influence for the developing world or the rest of the world in the Security Council, for instance, and in the voting patterns and some of the others. And the EU has talked about this in the past, but I think we should push even more for a reform in that regard to also realize that the world has changed. And those institutions were put up just after the Second World War. The world looks very differently today as well, and there needs to be a more balanced division of power in the world, and the EU could work with the other allies to achieve that on a long-term basis.
So more specifically, would you be thinking about World Bank, IMF, quotas?
Security Council, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know this is very difficult. I'm not, but at least we need. We are in a state where everybody is just seeking for where shall we start. So at least trying to identify the loopholes and try to work for that. And I think this is something that many countries would expect the EU to be engaged in as well.
And it would probably send a very powerful signal.
It would.
So perhaps let's dig deeper and more concretely into some of the most prominent FTAs that are being talked about in the media in particular. And we'll start with the EU-India free trade agreement. So we know from Cecilia that it will be inked early next year.
No. I said that there are rumors that there are possibilities that it could be concluded, which is the most optimistic statement on this I've heard in 22 years.
Absolutely.
Which is good.
You were mentioning 22 years of negotiations. I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
That's massive. So perhaps turning to you, Pramit, I will stick to the positive tone for this panel. What would you say are the main opportunities? And then I need to say, I'll confess, my follow-up question will be about the challenges from your perspective.
So I think that on the trade front, yes, partly because I know from the Indian assessment is the WTO is slowly dying, right? The tribunal system is completely paralyzed. The Americans are negotiating on a non-MFN basis. So after those two pillars are knocked out, what is left in the WTO is effectively the GATT. And when I was in Washington recently and I took a turn about all the think tanks and Republicans and Democrats on both sides, they said, yes, it's the GATT. We're going back to the GATT. And one of them even said, oh, the GATT didn't work too badly. What's wrong with it? But the point is that, but what is everybody doing then is what every government is asking, what is my plan B if the WTO is dysfunctional? It's my FTAs. It's my plurilateral and bilateral FTAs. So you can see this rush to secure all your major marketplaces so that so your customs official have some idea, but more importantly, your companies have an investment strategy because they have some guarantee of what their supply chains and what their tariffs are going to be over the next 5 to 10 years. So with the EU, for example, yes, the EU came in and said, we're prepared to drop a lot of the non-trade issues in the FTA because that was the real hurdle between India and the EU, and we'll focus on the hard trade issues. So out of the, I think, 23 or 24 chapters in the FTA negotiations, I think 5 are already closed. And the original idea was to declare an early harvest in July. But then now they've decided they're doing so well, they might as well go the whole hog and try to get a full deal done. In addition, there's a question that all of us are negotiating bilateral agreements with America and are waiting to see what we have to each concede or get from the United States and then incorporate some of that into our own trade negotiations. But like the New Zealand Prime Minister came to India recently and he said, I want an FTA in 60 days. And the Indian side was, that's a little fast, isn't it? And they said, yeah, but just take the Australian FTA you have and add a clause on kiwi fruit and it's done, right? But we need to secure the market now because we don't know where international trade is going. The UK FTA is a bizarre one. It's a press statement. There's no draft text. I remember after it was announced with India and the UK, I said, where's the draft text? They said, it's being negotiated. I said, after the prime ministers have announced it. They said, that's the way it's done these days, okay? And there's a clause inside the press statement which says that we will renegotiate it in case, effectively, our respective American deals get changed. And we have to add some more lines here and there. So you have, I think for the British, it was really about whiskey. India is the world's largest whiskey market. If you give tariffs, more bourbon concessions and Scotch concessions, we get the same, right? But so you have these strange trade negotiations which are now doing at a very rapid speed, as fast as possible, being kept in a state of sort of perpetual quantum uncertainty because they're being based on what other FTAs are coming through and what President Trump is thinking that morning, it seems. So that's fine. But it's good because it's happening, right? And it's necessary because the WTO is falling apart. But yes, I expect an EU-India FTA will possibly be done, yes, by the end of this year or, well, Christmas happens at the end of this year. First quarter of next year, I think, is perfectly feasible. But the investment treaty will be a separate negotiation within that. But we have an EFTA agreement, we have a UK agreement, so the EU one just makes perfect sense. In fact, India is looking at FTAs with every country in the world except for one, which is China.
So perhaps one observation, when you describe the UK-India FTA, this sounds very similar to the UK-US trade deal. Which,
minus the whiskey.
Yeah, but which
That French whiskey, it's terrible.
Which looks very empty. I had mentioned that my follow-up question would be about the main challenges. Can I ask you for your thoughts about
the missing part is the TTC. When the Quad was created, actually the Quad was recreated several years ago. At the heart of it was America, Japan, Australia, and India saying we need a technology response to China. This is about supply chains. This is about integration of technology, about coordinating of policies. And we brought in the Europeans for some time. For example, when India announced its 5G telecom, we brought in Ericsson and Nokia from Nokia because none of the Quad members made 5G gear, but we didn't want any Chinese gear. The TTC was kind of supposed to replicate that, and it just hasn't gone anywhere. And in fact, if anything, the Indian government is now moving to bilateral agreements. The Italians want a space agreement. We're doing a Nordic dialogue summits in which we're looking very much at what Nordic capacities. We have an Estonian cybersecurity agreement. All sorts of little bilateral stuff is taking place. But an EU one, not happening. And this is crucial because even with the Trump administration, that is still moving forward. If you look at the Modi-Trump February joint statement, what does it say? That not only does Trump endorse Biden, he didn't say that, but if you look at the text, it's clear, endorse the supply chain integration policies that Biden had put forward to India on semiconductors, they dropped the green tech, that Trump said I'm not interested in, on advanced materials, on pharmaceuticals. Trump's team actually adds undersea cables, because that's now becoming a huge geopolitical problem across the planet. Undersea cables and a whole bunch of space technology, all of these are now added to that. And these are now going to be, when I talked to J.D. Vance's team, who came to India a few months later, they said, we want the Quad to be reorganized. It's too big and sprawling. We want it to be refocused on about a dozen core technologies and maybe bring in South Korea, who knows, maybe even a Taiwan at some point, and recreate the Quad into something even more strategically technology-focused on taking on China. Critical minerals, as you mentioned, permanent magnets, as Janka just mentioned, all of this. I was just in Japan, and everybody was talking about permanent magnet technology. And we're still not getting a sense of the Europeans moving into that space. Again, we're getting it on a bilateral basis. But we need we really need to work on a more comprehensive policy, because everybody in Europe recognizes the problem as far as I can see, and then after that it kind of peters out.
Okay, perhaps turning to another potential free trade agreement, Cecilia, I'm pretty sure you can guess I will talk about EU-Mercosur, which is an agreement you've worked on quite a lot.
That is also celebrating 22 years soon.
Turning to this question and using it as a template from your experience, what are the main challenges and opportunities if we talk more specifically about EU-Mercosur? Is it very similar to the challenges that we've just heard about the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, or is it a generalization and it's actually case by case?
No, I don't think really you can compare, because this is one of these, very comprehensive trade agreements with all the 30 chapters. It's been negotiated. It was done first time in 2019, but then political environment and the arrival of President Bolsonaro and his action in the Amazonas made many countries and the European Parliament say that this is not good enough, what we have. So there has been an addition to the original trade agreement, 10 more pages focusing on forest, on sustainable development, and on some commitments from both sides. So it's done. I think the final legal scrabble and translations are ongoing, and I very much hope that the Danish presidency can put it into a vote. The biggest challenges with this is that some of the member states, maybe you know one of those, have difficulties with it. And I think that is a really pity, because we've been talking, and everybody's talking about, the world is really changing. We have to see things in a slightly different way. An agreement between EU and the 4 countries of Mercosur, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, friends and allies, historical relationships exist. That would be a huge geopolitical asset to the European Union and to them as well. Also, they are looking to diversification. So it's actually more geopolitical than trade. It is a good trade agreement. It facilitates trade, it disciplines trade, and it has a lot of good things. But it is a very geopolitical statement as well. So I really hope that can pass in the fall.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
France. No. I think I'm the only French person on the record backing the EU-Mercosur agreement.
There are a few in this room, I know. But I think it can be passed on a qualified majority.
I could just add that at the French embassy in India, there's one of their trade officials is a Frenchman of Chilean origin, and was asked by an Indian audience about wine, and he just said, yes, French wine is better than some of it.
Michel, perhaps I'll turn to you for a follow-up question about the EU-Mercosur question. You talked about EU unity. How do we reconcile the need for EU unity, especially at a time when we can argue that China is watching what is happening with the EU-Mercosur agreement? So the need for EU unity, how do we reconcile it with the political perspectives in each and every EU member state?
It's always fun to talk about Mercosur, must say. There is no upside to this. There is no unity on Mercosur. Let's put it very clearly. I wish this agreement was negotiated differently. We are waiting for the legal text. We know well about skepticism in France. We have a very clear statement of the Polish government from December as well. And there are real problems on the agricultural side. So this is the Danish presidency probably will be, well, given that I don't think the Commission can do it on Monday, will be in a position to look at it. We will look at it together as a council, but it's the position of the Polish government has not changed on this either, and yes, that's very, very clear. Now, I think that the Chinese are really looking at all of our negotiations, and perhaps the one that they are looking at is with the US, and I think US is looking at what we are doing with China. I mean, it's this dynamic that Janka, in her words, described very, very well, and we were all here about the twin challenge. We are seeing it this way in the council. I think the urgency is, and the focus, the political focus, has been much more on the transatlantic bit than on the Chinese bit. But on July 14th, we are meeting in another FAC Trade Council, and what are the 2 items? Transatlantic negotiations and the relations with China. So those are the main 2 pillars or main two directions, while EU is working with the remaining partners, again, India, Gulf countries, Thailand, I think, as well is progressing, in Indonesia, again, in the context of rule-based system, because Europe is in the center of the rule-based system, but the agreements have to be good, and the agreements have to be good and and acceptable with enthusiasm across the council table, and I don't think it's going to be very easy to strong arm any particular member states, whoever it is, into a deal that an important part of their population is pretty clearly against.
Of course, there is a problem, not only in France, but also talking about China. When we concluded Mercosur the first time, 2018-19, the most important trading partners for all 4 Mercosur countries was Europe. Now it's China. Just underlining the geopolitical necessity of this. But also talking about another region, because I think we talk about trying to ally with countries who still believe in some sort of international rule-based order. We also have the CPTPP region. Sorry, microphone there. And I was very glad to see that President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday said that we should take new steps towards aligning with the CPTPP countries and what we can do together. Someone is trying to silence me. Also, what we can try to get...
It means we're doing something right.
To start to do together these countries and building a sort of mini WTO with another group, maybe a larger group of allies as well. Because when we talk about deglobalization and lack of trade, in CPTPP, this is actually, and it's very rare that you create new institutions. This is an institutional building where member countries, today they're 12, UK just joined as a new member, they have an application list of 10 or 12 countries as well. This is actually a place where not only trade is taking place, but they are formulating new rules. Rules on digital trade, rules on green trade, standards, and even if the market access wouldn't be enormously different from for the European Union, because we have bilateral trade agreements with most of them, it would be important to be at the table there and to be part of forming those rules. So that's a very important. There you have countries like Vietnam, you have Malaysia, you have Philippines, Thailand, South Korea, with the new government, is also looking at possibly applying. They have a few things to sort out first, namely the relations with the US, of course. So lots of positive things are actually happening as well. And we should be part of it as the European Union.
I'm glad you said all of this, because I was going to ask precisely about the CPTPP. And perhaps I will turn to you again, Cecilia, because I know there is an area you've worked very closely on, and it's raw materials, because the one continent that we haven't talked about too much so far is Africa. And I think that talking about Africa leads us also to the question of sectoral deals, potentially, critical raw materials that will be crucial for the green energy transition. What would you say we need to do in the field? Is sectoral agreements the way to go? You know, when it is too hard to have a free trade agreement, all-encompassing, with lots of chapters, is it about sectoral, narrow agreements, potentially on critical raw materials? And what does that mean for Europe?
Well, I think that is a way forward. It's not really kosher, it's not ideal if you want to have a free trade agreement, but the ones that we made in the past that take 6 years to negotiate and get through the council, I mean, that day is maybe not over, but at least on pause. So we need to see. The EU just launched negotiations with the Arab Emirate, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? And there was an agreement on a negotiation with South Africa on sustainable development related issues as well. And there is the Global Gateway project that can be used even in a more intelligent way today to close these kinds of agreements. But they need to be mutually beneficial agreement. They need to be done in partnership, saying that we have interests of minerals, and Janka talked about this as well, and we know that they are there in Africa. And today, China controls or process or extract between 80 and 90% of this. And those deals, because the minerals are very much in Africa, are not really necessarily good for the environment. It doesn't. The revenues are not kept in Africa. Labor conditions are not good. So we can make a better offer there, and that could be an agreement, because they know we need these materials, and they have. This is a great asset, but maybe we can contribute to more gains for them as well on this. So it has to be a mutual beneficial agreement. Some of these are being discussed right now with Namibia, I think, and was it with Congo or Rwanda the other day? So it is taking place, and I think that would be very important. That's also very much part of the agreement that is being negotiated with Indonesia, who have a lot of nickel. Because we really need to, the need for these kinds of materials will increase with 100% the coming years, because we need them in the green transition, we need them in the digital economy, and we need them in weapons. And we have some of it in Europe. We have lots of them in my country, for instance, but they're 400 meters down, and there's a lot of procedures and impact assessments and, well, a lot of investments as well. But in Africa, where they're already processed, we can maybe help investing in that and making it a more sustainable process as well.
And perhaps, Michel, I'll turn to you now. How do we also enlist the cooperation from the private sector? Because we talk a lot about investments, we talk a lot about developing ties, but it will not happen without private sector buy-in. So I would worry that our conversation is all very nice and well, but it's, a bit theoretical. How do we also get the private sector on board? What is your perspective on this?
So this is absolutely the right question, and this is where we as Polish government, we as other governments are really focused on, because it's also filling some of the existing trade agreements with more oomph, more power. And here I will connect also the dots with critical raw material, an area where, so my first visit in our new shiny economic development or economic diplomacy program was to Canada. And it's precisely because we are in such a moment of this changing dynamics, changing paradigm, that the existing supply chains are being broken, and Canada, let's take the Canadians, are desperately trying to diversify. We have CETA, it's operational. Now the government's role is to perhaps identify, open up, encourage businesses, but I see this, every time I travel with a business delegation. In Canada, it was very much the same case, and you could see that they want to, and now they are just looking for specific opportunities. We are not going to do anything against the business community, but we are also, as governments, again, are in a position to create opportunities for them to make the links. Often links that we in government will never think about. But this push and sense of urgency that I see in around the council table, I think is there in the business community as well, with some of the, again, taking advantage of rules and free trade agreements that are already there and filling them with more life.
Thanks a lot. Perhaps, Pramit, turning to you now, if we discuss sectoral agreements, so very narrow, specific, targeted, India has actually deepened ties in a number of sectors with some EU member states. Do you think that this is the way to go? This is a useful template? And what has been the experience from the Indian perspective with this?
Which sectors in specific are you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking about tech. I'm thinking about...
Yes, okay, yeah. So yes, because right now the EU, as she mentioned, is a slow animal. So the TTC is only met twice. And after that, we keep adding things to the agenda, but the agenda doesn't seem to be moving forward. And, let's also be frank, some of the EU governments, member states, then undermine the TTC because they prefer to have a bilateral relationship. They come to India and say, why are you wasting your time with Brussels? Talk to us. We can get it done faster. And we get all the contracts. And that's basically what does happen right now. And so, but on the tech side, a lot of it is driven by the companies themselves. A lot of it is B2B. The Indian tech companies come out and they say, Estonia is actually very good in cybersecurity. And the other country we work with very closely is Israel. And they work with everybody, so let's work with them together. We work very closely with a lot of the Nordic countries. We work with France on a whole set of defense technologies that we don't. But we're about to buy probably, I think, our first German weapon systems, ThyssenKrupp submarines, which will be the first time I think we're buying a platform from Germany. And so, yes, we have all of these bits and pieces coming together. On the pharma industry, we work very closely with Britain and Switzerland, which is not an EU country per se, but obviously related. But a lot of that is B2B and then B2 business going to the government and saying, can you help us work on some of this? But again, keep in mind that even now, the United States is now overwhelmingly India's largest economic partner. It is our largest source of FDI, FII, our biggest service export partner. It's our biggest trading partner. It's actually overtaken China, partly because India puts up such enormous barriers to Chinese investment into India. It is our biggest source of remittances, which is a big thing for developing countries like India. But we need to work further. One of the things we've been fighting in the BRICS against Russia and China is their attempts to create digital payment systems that are designed to undermine the SWIFT structure. And we've turned to the Western governments and said, look, you guys need to accelerate into digital payments on global scale. The system of going through partner banks and stuff is just ridiculous. People are going to switch to this, and China is already moving into that space. You need to get an alternative. Otherwise, emerging economies with huge amounts of remittance payments are going to slowly switch to a de-dollarized payment structure. And we're so far falling on deaf ears, and we're still looking for partners to work on that. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of these areas that are there, and it would be helpful if we could get a stronger government-to-government connect on a lot of these, because that acts as a reassurance to investment patterns, especially in a moment of sort of trade instability in the world right now.
And perhaps turning to you again about tech, I think that a lot of us will have heard about the efforts from India to position itself as an alternative to China for production of high-tech goods, for instance, semiconductors. What would you say is your assessment of where we are in these efforts and the road ahead?
So on semiconductors, India, like a lot of governments, jumped into this idea, let's start making semiconductors. But the country we consulted with the longest on this was Taiwan. And the Taiwanese says, look, don't get into this business of trying to build a 5-nanometer chip overnight. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter what anybody tells you. And it doesn't matter how many subsidies you come to. They said the Rwanda came to us, to Taiwan, and said, can you build a 3-nanometer fab in Rwanda? And we said, look, first you start building like engines and bicycles, then you come to the fab later on. So they said, look, go down a different path. Testing, packaging, chip assembly, all of these elements, legacy chips. He said, forget about the 5-nanometer. The 70% of the market is still 25 nanometer and above. Big, clunky chips are still a dominant area. China's taking over that space. Move into those areas. So we launched a semiconductor subsidy scheme built around exactly that, just trying to get legacy chip areas into that. What we did sign with the Taiwanese, and we've signed a 10-year agreement with them, it's now 2 years old, Taiwanese said nobody's looking at who the hell is going to work in these factories. Because the fab manpower forces of the world are Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and China. All of them aging dramatically. And if you take out the Chinese, there is nobody to work in your fabs anymore. And so they said, so India's got the manpower, you just need the training. So we have already now, as I said, 2 years into actual functioning, a 6-year training program, 2 years in India, 2 years in Taiwan, 2 years in a Taiwanese factory, Indians being shipped over there. 60 universities have tied up on both sides to do this, and already I think a few thousand Indians are now sitting in Taiwan training themselves in preparation. And they said in 10 years you'll have probably the world's largest ex-China manpower fab force. And that's what you really need to, nobody's looking at that. But then we see the Americans come in and say, we like what you're doing here. And we've seen 300 Taiwanese companies, incidentally, have come to India in just the past 10 years now. Partly riding on Apple, but also riding on these type of things. And the Americans have come in and said, look, we'll take it even further. Legacy chips are big. Why don't you build a chip for the Pentagon? Build a chip for the US Space Force. We will pay for it. You build a fab in India. You have chip designers. 70% of the world's chip design is done in India. And we will give you a guaranteed market. Now the Japanese are arriving and saying the same thing. So we have the beginnings of a semiconductor thing at the legacy side. That's the first step. And I think you'll hear an announcement that's within the next 6 months of an agreement between ASML and India about some other elements too.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes remaining, and we were thinking of having a Q&A if there are questions from the audience. It's very difficult to see with the lights. Any questions from the audience? Okay, if you just want to... It was very difficult to see with the lights. If you saw us, we were... Okay, yes, Laurence.
Thank you for a super interesting discussion. I was very struck by what you've just been describing about India, and it seems to me that the global gateway hasn't filled up at all its role. So I was wondering, for all of you, is this because there's no real money behind it? I know we posted money, but there's no real money behind it. Is that a reason, or is it because we Europeans struggle to align our foreign policy with our common economic objectives? Thanks.
I think I will pass it on to Cecilia, putting her on the spot, because I can just say that my observation from someone who came into the belly of the beast about 6 months ago is that how very absent this discussion is. So that's what I can see, the lack of, but maybe.
Well, I think you're on the spot. It is very absent. Probably a lot of reasons that there's so many other things on the agenda, and this has not really got through. If the TTC really worked, this would be an item that would be top of the agenda, I think. But you said there's been 2 meetings, and then the first meeting was just ceremonial, and then you haven't really got into it. But it's probably because there's so many other things happening that this has not been a priority, and it sort of fell out of the radar, because I was also struck with what you told right now.
I'll just add that when the first Global Gateway announcement was made, I remember the EU ambassadors in India actually said, we have deliberately chosen spade-worthy projects, the ones that are ready to go. Everything is done, the planning and the money has been sanctioned, and then nothing happened. And to this day, nobody knows what's happened.
But the Polish presidency still has 2 days to put it on the agenda, so maybe on Monday it will be solved.
Let's take another question. Yes, please.
Reinhard Bütikofer. Cecilia, you mentioned CPTPP. I would like to ask the other panelists how they look at this hypothetical option of teaming up or joining CPTPP.
I'll just say that I know that the head of the India's main government think tank, Niti Aayog, has publicly said India should join CPTPP. And for two core reasons. One of them is it's fundamentally an Indo-Pacific centered one, which is what India sees itself as part of. Second, China is not a member. I can assure you, between Japan and Australia, it'll never be a member. In fact, the negotiations with India has had minor talks with CPTPP, and in China and both Japan and Australia said, get in, and so we'll keep the Chinese out, and the three of us will block it permanently. But yes, it's a high for India. It's a high difficult thing because of the standards issues and a lot of this. And so India probably have to exempt itself from bits and chunks of it, but it's something definitely, I think the Indian plan is that over the next 2 to 3 years, begin moving in that direction. But right now, the core problem is to try to figure out how to stabilize the America relationship before you can move on to the CPTPP.
Yeah, it's a interestingly also the optics through which we are looking at it. Very much a real interest prioritizing, though, negotiations with the U.S., figuring out all the challenges, perhaps some opportunities also on the Chinese side. Monitor is something we haven't talked too much about it. Janka maybe alluded to it. Monitoring any trade diversion coming from third countries because of the trade war with the U.S. But behind this question, and all the interesting, all the acronyms, is that there is a community of nations that are really focused on rule-based system. But of course, and we want to fix the existing institutions. But what comes out from this is among those rule-based community is much more of a spaghetti ball approach, but there is a vast majority of us in that camp. Us, very much the global everyone, not south or north or anything.
Let's take a final question, please. The microphone is arriving.
Hello, Martin L. from Czech Economic Daily. I would have a question to Pramit. Similar thing on, as you described, on the chip industry, what's happening in Indian pharmaceuticals, because he a little bit forgot about the pandemics and our dependency on China in this sense. So can we, in the next pandemic, rely more on Indian industry and cooperation with that?
So, curiously enough, the country we're working the closest with is the United States. So both Biden and endorsed by Trump, if you look at this joint statements in the Modi-Biden and the Modi-Trump summits, they talk about safe and secure pharmaceutical supply chain. Safe and secure is just a code word for no Chinese inputs. It's as simple as that, right? And I know that Indian negotiators told me that when Biden put this on the table, he said, I want almost all antibiotics. They had a whole list of medicines. They said, you produce 40% of the generic medicine that the United States consumes today. Do a trade deal with us in which we have access, zero tariffs on high-end pharmaceuticals into your market, and we will pump money into an understanding in which we have these type of supply chains. And Trump came in and he just said, I fully endorse this. Whatever this, I don't want to mention Biden by name, but everything that this team is like, we want this. The only issue they said is that fentanyl and opioids, priority number one, because this has become an enormous political issue for the United States. India said that's not a problem. We can manufacture all of that. We produce the bulk of legal morphine in the world is produced in India. Very easy for us to do this. So on that front, actually, I think we're moving reasonably rapidly. What India is trying to do is that for African countries have said, we need inexpensive pharmacy. We produce the bulk of generic medicine for Africa as well. Gavi is collapsing because the Americans are pulling out, right? And I was talking to the Gates Foundation, which is very large in India, and they said, we're putting in $1.6 billion, which for an NGO is insane, but we cannot replace the United States. We desperately need other governments to chip in on the vaccines alone. You have the manpower, you have the technical capacity. Please do something, but we need money. China's only area that Chinese is very good at is the APIs, which is the very basic bulk chemicals, acetic acid and so on. Since COVID's pandemic, India has reduced its API dependence on China from 80 to 39% by simply building the infrastructure for the affluent plants. Because the real problem is that they produce a huge amount of environmental muck to produce this, which is why China said, we'll do it, and everybody else ran away. Now, basically, the government of India builds that infrastructure. Again, India has talking to the Americans, at least, has said, if you support us building more of these, we can reduce that API to 5, 10, 15%. There's nothing that China produces that is particularly technically good. In fact, their vaccines are terrible. But, we noticed in the COVID pandemic, the AstraZeneca vaccine, which we make, though AstraZeneca co-created with India, had 240 products, ingredients from 40 different countries. And if one country said no, the vaccine did not work, or it would not get regulatory permission. So the issue game is that you have to reduce those supply chain, that's one. Getting rid of China is just part of that story. But yes, we're still, the pandemic treaty, I think, has just barely got passed. But again, a whole host of countries have not signed on to it. It is perfectly feasible to develop a completely independent supply chain from China. It's not difficult. But you have to put some money on the table, and you have to guarantee the markets, because what we're seeing both in critical minerals and in pharmaceuticals, if a company outside of China tries to enter that space, the Chinese crash the price, drive that company out of business, and then go back to doing what they did before. So you need a government guarantee, either through tariffs or guaranteed purchases for this to work. We're working on that on permanent magnets already because there's a huge security dimension. Every drone and missile in the world uses permanent magnets. And weirdly, the entire Western arsenal is based on Chinese permanent magnets, which makes no sense, but anyway. But even it's true for India. So we have to work on that. But again, every company that tries to get into that space, China destroys them.
Thanks a lot. We'll conclude the panel here because I see that we're slightly over time, and I know that a lot of you are waiting for a coffee break. It's Saturday morning. Thank you very, very much to Cecilia, Michal, and Pramit. If this is a topic of interest, and I don't doubt that this is a topic of interest for many of you, I would encourage you all to take a look at ECFR's website. We do a lot of work in this area through the Reorder project in partnership with the Mercator Stiftung. Thank you very much all, and see you all after a coffee break.
Okay, we are just about to start. And I can start by saying hello to our friends following us online. We will now have the final ECFR Insight. It will sort of be José-Ignacio, as we always call you, Torreblanca, doing your sort of spiel up here on tech. And since you once studied the most important country in Europe, Denmark, I guess I could say, velkommen, og lad os høre, hvad du har at sige. Ordet dit.
Tak, Lykke. Jeg er meget glad at være her. Okay, just a small announcement because, after I think 17 years, I'll be moving out of the Madrid office and be fully dedicated to our geoeconomics and tech program. So I'm very much looking forward to that, starting on Monday. Okay. So, I was asked to do the talk today on tech. And I think very obviously I wanted to frame this as Europe facing a two-dimensional challenge because it affects democracy and the markets, but it's at the two-level side. It affects us at home, but also abroad. So let's try and go through it. What is the challenge at home for democracy? The challenge is political in the sense that we know that MAGA forces are using social platforms in order to promote their agendas in Europe. In line also, of course, what Russians have been doing for a long while, and that includes also TikTok, but that's a separate topic. As we saw with J.D. Vance's speech in Munich, but also in his manifestations during the electoral campaign, very obviously they think, or MAGA people, they think that Europe has a democracy problem, the enemy within or the risk within. So it's not Russia who has a democracy problem. It's not the Gulf, it's just Europe. By the way, I think South Africa also seems to have a democracy problem to the eyes of Donald Trump. So these are the two only spots in the world where Trump is concerned about the quality of democracy these days. Then, as we saw, and I think we have a presentation that will be rolling, so please bring it in. So, we know that this vision is not only endorsed by J.D. Vance, but it also has been endorsed by Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, lifting all controls that they should have in place with the Digital Service Act in order to promote these narratives across Europe. So this means an open and sheer defiance of European laws in order to promote this agenda. What is the market problem that we have, or the problem that we have at the level at home with US regulation? Is fundamentally the view of this US administration that EU regulations are an attack on the EU sovereignty and US firms. If you go through the memorandum which Donald Trump addressed to the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Treasury in February, it's basically about, it's called protecting American firms from overseas companies from from extortion. So basically, it's seeing European regulation as an extortion on American companies and a cost imposed on American companies, not only in fines and penalties and equating those to tariffs, but in quantifying, with the help of the CCCA, the Computer and Communications Industry Association, trying to quantify very precisely what is the cost of regulation in terms of the money that these companies are not making in Europe, to the level of 50 billion a year when it comes to advertisement that they legally cannot produce because it would violate rules. And the cost of, during a decade with the CCA has estimated of EU regulations is about 1 trillion. So we owe 1 trillion to the US companies, big tech companies, because of our regulation. So what is the problem here for us is that, as we've been discussing these days, when it comes to trade and when it comes to defense, we can split the difference. We are strong on trade, but we can set tariffs at one point or the other, and maybe we can compromise on that. The same when it comes to defense, we've seen, we can raise our defense expenditure. We can buy a bit more American stuff while we prepare our own stuff. But the problem here with this agenda is how do we compromise on democracy and how do we compromise on our regulations? The Digital Service Act was passed by 447 votes, I think, in the European Parliament. It was a large majority of parties comprising political forces from the Conservatives to the Greens. So, it's a key issue related with sovereignty that we have to stand by. So the question here is, do we want to become a MAGA outlet and at the same time a technology colony of the United States, according to this administration? The problems that we face abroad are also related to technology in two different ways. One is the securitization of AI and other technologies. The more technology becomes a central element of the US-China competition, the more problems not only Europeans who are late innovators but want to be early adopters of technology, of new technologies, are going to suffer. This has started already during the previous administration, as we know, when famously Anthony Blinken described a small garden with a small garden with high fences for three critical technologies: semiconductors, AI, and quantum. And we saw that what were the consequences for free European firms like ASML and so forth and so on. But the more this competition becomes heightened, the more problems not only we Europeans, but other regions of the world who want to have access to these technologies are going to have. So typically every technological revolution gives opportunities later down the road to those who were not early adopters. Imagine that you cannot adopt electricity or the steamboat, because you didn't discover that, but then you are denied access to that. So it is very important that we keep that technology open. Also, as the late Kissinger said, if AI is going to be the nuclear race, but we don't have a theory of how AI is going to work when it comes to balance of power, military deterrence, and even a future of warfare, then there's much more instability and much more uncertainty. The other issue in which we are challenged by the US is on the undermining of global governance of technology. With the previous US administration, we have managed to sort out partly our difference through the TTC, but then work together in the OECD, in the G7, and to try and engage in a sort of democratic governance of technology, not only for us, but also trying to include other parts of the world. As the US pulls out of this multilateral framework, of course, it weakens that and it forces the European Union to take the lead. But also, of course, as the US generates a new pole for innovation, for example, with the Gulf countries, this is something which is not going to be based on values that we recognize, especially when it comes to safety and so on. So for Europeans, fundamentally, and the rest of the world who see technology as a means to advance economic and social goals, all this securitization and all this breakdown of the global government regime is very dangerous. The problem and the challenge for us is that this time the Brussels effect is not going to work, right? Because the Brussels effect and GDPR came out at a time in which technology was not geopolitically contested. It was a nuisance, it was a cost for American companies, but it was nothing that weakened their power and challenged their global dominance, so they adapted. Now they are not, of course, adapting, and they're not planning to adapt. I'm going to end that with 6 policy proposals that I think we could work on or at least try to push for. First, we have to push back against MAGA narratives on free speech. This is not about free speech. And for that, we just seen how students are asked to produce their social networks to check whether their opinions are compliant with US standards at this point. So refuse to engage in a discussion of this being about free speech. This is about continuing to be unregulated when it comes to social platforms. We have to maintain and even enhance our regulatory ambitions, not water them down when it comes to control competition law, of course, and monopolies and everything that we're trying to do. So we shouldn't carve in and think that we should appease the United States on this. We have, in fact, to use the internal market to leverage the internal market to try and change the incentives of American big tech companies instead of lobbying the US government to put pressure on us. Many of these companies, they know the European market, they make a lot of money here, they want to stay here, they should do the lobby the other way around. And I think that's very important. Then as there is a huge agenda which is very costly and we need a detailed discussion on the so-called European stack of technology. How are we going to regain or to gain our sovereignty to protect ourselves? Remember de Gaulle when he spoke of a protecteur abusif, which is now present across this discussion. And remember what has just happened with the ECC when an executive order barred Microsoft from giving service to the head of the ICC, right? So these are kind of the dilemmas that we have to deal with. Fifth, we have to reinforce international coalitions. We have to reach out to partners and countries, see what we're doing with South Korea, Australia, and Japan. We have to keep that multilateral democratic governance system running and give it more impulse. And I think finally it's very important that we have to engage with US domestic actors. These agendas are shared in the United States. This is not a confrontation between Europe and the United States. It's a vision of things in the United States, and there are many, many people in the US that want to work, and we're working very effectively on this in the previous administration with the Department of Justice of the US fully aligned with what we were trying to achieve in Europe. And I conclude with a line for Jim O'Brien, who's here, I guess, as well, who said, you know, we should leave a light on. You know, our role as Europeans to leave a light on for also the US to come back at some point and help us find the way back together into a democratic governance of technology. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here with you. And now I give the floor to Caroline and her panel to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Great. We're a little bit blinded here, but very good, Nacho. Thank you very much. We are going to unpack this further with a splendid panel discussing how we can protect our democracy, how we can leave the light on, basically, don't we? So we have Henry Farrell, professor at the Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. We have Ivan Krastev, chairman of the Center for Liberal Strategies. We have Nathalie Loiseau, a member of the European Parliament and chair of the Special Committee on the European Democracy Shield. And my name is Caroline de Gruyter, and I'm a Dutch journalist writing for NRC and Foreign Policy on European affairs from Brussels. Tech was, for a long time, well, a technical issue. But now it's become a political issue. I've just read the latest book by Giuliano da Empoli, who used to be a political spin doctor for one of the prime ministers in Italy. The book, I'm not sure it's out in English, but in French it's called L'heure des prédateurs, so the hour of the predators. And he says, in the 20th century, the big divide was between the state and the market. So between the public interest and the private interest, and the balance between the two. In the 21st century, the divide, he says, is between humans and machines. In his book, he writes the story of a small French village just south of Paris called Lieu Saint, the holy place, where all of a sudden a village with like 14,000 people, very sleepy, and all of a sudden they had, hundreds of trucks per hour racing through the village, and then soon thousands of trucks. And it turned out that this happened because of Waze. You know, the GPS kind of, I don't even know how you call it. So if the traffic was stuck, Waze would direct car drivers from the highway through this tiny little village. There were accidents, there were traffic jams there. It was one nightmare. And Empoli goes and talks to the mayor of the village, who tried everything in the village council, tried everything to change the situation democratically, local democracy. Nothing worked. He invited people from Waze who were nice enough to come over, but you're talking algorithms. There was nothing democracy could do anymore. It's quite a bleak story. So, are we fighting on many levels for the future of democracy? How well equipped are we? Which tools do we have, and which new ones do we need to develop? So let me start with Henry Farrell. How much is our democracy under threat from tech? What are we talking about?
So quite a lot. And I think the way that I would frame what you said is in one sentence, algorithms scale and democracy does not. So if you look at the way that, for example, social media companies work, they have maybe tens of thousands of employees for services which may serve billions of people. And so this is one of the reasons that they have, of course, always wanted to wriggle out from under the mandate to have to prevent hate speech, to have to prevent this or that other thing, because it's really, really hard to do this at scale, except with algorithms which don't work particularly well. So if I want to think about what a big problem is, I think that we are seeing more and more resort to trying to use algorithms, sometimes to get around the democratic process, so that if you look in the United States at the moment, there's been a big, big push to try to reshape immigration so that it is run by services provided by companies such as Palantir, which can, at much greater scale, can provide information about who, for example, are immigrants who need to be deported by the Trump administration. If you try to do that and try to run it well, you are not going to be capable of providing civil rights to the many people whose lives are perhaps going to be completely destroyed by these decisions. And so you want to try to run everything by algorithm. So I think that one of the big challenges we have is trying to figure out, in a world where there are all of these pressures to do things via algorithm, both for reasons of efficiency, they do work quite well for some processes, and also to evade accountability, or to claim that the accountability only happens through the algorithm, where it sees how people respond and then it responds purportedly much better than democracy. How can you actually create new opportunities for democratic voice to intervene in systems which are designed effectively to work at such a scale that individual human efforts to try and interfere with this, or to change this, or to voice complaints simply do not compute, simply do not fit into the system?
Okay. Let me move to Nathalie now. If it really sounds like it's humans versus the machines, it's very difficult for humans to still interfere. What are the tools that we have in Europe?
Well, it's maybe even worse than humans versus the machine, because when humans want the machine to attack democracies, we are in a serious situation. And this is what is happening now. For years, foreign powers like Russia or China have used social media for pushing their interferences, their information manipulation. And they were able to do so, and willing to do so. But platforms were saying that they were neutral to it, but not anymore. First, you have TikTok, which basically bans everything that doesn't please the Chinese Communist Party and hypes everything that pleases some extremes. We've seen it in Romania, we've seen it in Poland, and we are going to see it again and again during electoral processes. And now you have Elon Musk on X. Not only, as we saw previously, Elon Musk intervene in the German political campaign, strongly supporting AfD, and we'll still need to find out whether the algorithm was manipulated in order to provide more visibility to one political party compared to the others in this electoral process in Germany. But very recently, because Elon Musk's AI, Grok, was not providing the good answers to questions from internauts about where was political violence coming from in the US. And repeatedly, Grok had answered that it was coming from far-right racist movements. And it wouldn't please Elon Musk. He promised to fix the AI. And no later than this morning, he posted on X that he had fixed it. So now the answers would fit his own political opinion. So it's not even machine versus man, but men using machines to harm democracies. And this is where we are. We do have already some instruments in the European Union. This is why they are under attack. We have the Digital Services Act, we have the AI Act, we have the Transparency and Targeting of Political Advertising Directive. All of these are highly criticized by tech companies, which used to portray themselves as, I would say, libertarian, but now it's more tech authoritarianism that we are facing. And so far, well, we adopted these legislations because our voters asked us to do so. So it was an exercise of democracy. And we were re-elected on the promise that we would enforce these regulations. But so far, the European Commission seems to be terrified at the idea to use the weapon it has in its own hands because of political pressure from the Trump administration. And let me just mention one more reason to be concerned. I mentioned TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party. I mentioned X and other American tech companies. We know that, for instance, Meta didn't ban Russia Today or Sputnik for some years until it did. So didn't comply with EU and American sanctions. But let's talk about Telegram, which is obviously offering backdoors to Russian intelligence services, which does not comply with EU regulations because they pretend they have less users than what every single research institute can try to check. So they are under the radar, and they are the most active platforms in terms of criminal activities. So yes, we have to walk the talk, and protecting democracy it starts by implementing and enforcing the decisions that we have democratically taken.
So what you're saying basically is we have a lot of tools, but we're not using them fully.
Out of intimidation from Washington.
Can you sketch out some of the intimidation?
Well, I was in the room when J.D. Vance in Munich lectured us about what our democracies should be, how they should look like. And I remember what he had said during the campaign and afterwards, that American troops might be withdrawn from Europe if we were not getting soft on digital regulations. And we all witnessed that the NATO summit ended up in a sort of damage control atmosphere, but did not address the presence of American troops in Europe, which is left to later conversations.
Okay. Ivan, remember Anu Bradford's, I think she was here last year or 2 years ago, talking about her book, Digital Empires, saying Europe is the world's regulator. The Chinese are regulating to protect the state. The Americans are regulating, or were at the time, to protect companies. The only one who's regulating to protect citizens is Europe. Is Europe still, or can Europe still be the world's regulator?
No. I'm a stranger to the conversation. I'm not a specialist on technology, and I do believe this was the reason I was invited, because on every panel there should be somebody who is not very much in the conversation in order to make it open to the others. No, this is not a joke. I'm saying this because in my view we're slightly wrongly, there is a big problem, but I'm not sure that we're framing rightly. The first is Europe had an idea, which was, by the way, absolutely legitimate idea back then, that because we do not have companies like Alibaba or Google and others, we are going to be in a better position to regulate, but it was assumed on the idea that they're going to be a common market. This is not there. Whom we are going to regulate? The Chinese technological sphere or the American technological sphere? So this is from yesterday. I don't believe that it was necessarily a wrong bet, but it was a wrong bet on the world which does not exist anymore. So from this point of view, the major change is also that the United States changed its position, and as a result of it, you have a kind of a much more strong security dimension. You can regulate, they can stop providing you the service. We do not have technological companies that can substitute the Americans or the Chinese, and this is the story. And then when it comes to democracy, I also do believe that we're slightly putting it in a wrong way. In the end of the 19th century, Walter Bagehot said that monarchy is the best form of government because most of the people in the world cannot imagine any another one. And he basically...
Say it again, because the rest of the world?
Cannot imagine a really different form of government. So the major story is people quite often run on the weakness of their political imagination. And the story about technology is we are going to have a different type of democracies. Just defending democracies in the way they are, believing that we can stop the influence of the technological companies and others, it's not going to work because we are changed by these technologies, even when the Russians or Chinese are not there. For example, it is changing the cost of starting a new political party. It is changing the relations between the leader of the political party and the voters. You don't need the Lenin's type of a party in order to run themselves. And all this is happening everywhere, and you cannot regulate this. By the way, the major story that you see in the way the young people vote, the old people vote, this is simply because the idea of the political participation is different. You can see how much the technology is changing other things. For example, the way we are dating, the way we are shopping. To believe that everything is going to change, but only our political behavior is going to remain in the way it was, I find this unrealistic. So from this point of view is try also to see how the democratic institution should adjust to reality. Because we are moving from one extreme to the other. I'm old enough to remember 2018 when we're calling all these technologies the liberation technologies. Do you remember that all the revolutions at certain period used to have as a names the company names? You have a Twitter revolution. Do you remember how important Telegraph was for the Iranians' protests? So from this point of view, I very much agree that with people who know what they're speaking about, technologies are not neutral. They have biases, and these biases at some point was much more, let's put it, pro-liberal, pro-Western, and now because of the changes in the way the companies see the world, in the way the United States see the world, some of these biases go in another direction. But from this point of view, I do believe we should try to ask the bigger question. How people are going to change, what their understanding, for example, of being democratic decision-making. What people in this village are going to do about the trucks. And one of the problem of this is the change of speed, and I'm going to end up on this. Listen, what has dramatically changed is the change of speed. Decisions are taking very fast. And all these things are going to change our institutions. For example, we talk a lot about nuclear. Believe me, the moment when you have a nuclear weapon, the parliamentary regimes are going to be dramatically changed. Because you can like or dislike Carl Schmitt, but there is one decision which decides who is the sovereign, and this is who is going to use it, has the power to use a nuclear weapon in an extreme situation, and this is not going to come as a result of a parliamentary commission taking certain decisions, and it's not by accident that all countries that have nuclear weapons has a very strong executive. I do believe all these institutional changes, because nuclear, technology, and so on, are changing the way the decisions are making. So for me, the question is how we can protect the rights of the people and the sense of freedom in a society that is already dramatically changed. By the way, before a country like Bulgaria was very much protected by the fact that we have a small language. So if you want to influence Bulgarian population, you should learn Bulgarian. And this is not an exercise that is particularly inspiring, even for many intelligence agencies. And when they're learning Bulgarian, they're learning it badly. So you always can understand basically that people who is trying to talk to you is a foreigner. Not a problem anymore. Not a problem anymore. So, but listen, these kind of things are fundamentally changing our understanding of politics. And I do believe European Union is totally right to do the things that they're doing. It's not going to be enough. Even if we're going to keep some of these regulations, and believe me, it's not going to be easy, because, for example, now Apple is saying, okay, you don't want to do it, we don't like your regulations, you're not going to have AI on the smartphones, basically, working in Europe. And this is going to have a business cost. This is going to have other things. So all this is creating a totally new problematic. And as I said, I don't have a single answer, because still I don't have social media. Till 5 years ago, I didn't have a phone. So I'm the last person to talk about this topic, but probably we should come with a much more radical frame to understand what is ahead of us in the next 10 years. Otherwise, we can become the victim of the weakness of our political imagination.
Okay, that was a volley. So what is ahead of us, Henry? What do you think is ahead of us? Should we throw all our rules out of the window and try to, full speed design new ones? What is ahead of it?
Okay, so it's really hard to say what is ahead of us. I think that some things that people think are ahead of us probably are not. So if when I'm hearing what Ivan is saying, I'm thinking a lot about the arguments that people make about AI, and in particular that AI is going to lead to AGI, or artificial general intelligence, that sometime in the next few years we're going to see a world in which we have more or less super intelligence as a service. We have all of these disembodied geniuses in labs that are going to be able to design all of these things for us, and that this is going to fundamentally transform the human condition. And it isn't just the AI lab like OpenAI and Anthropic and Google's DeepMind that are saying this. This actually was the major reason why Jake Sullivan came up with the small yard, high fence argument that Nacho talked about in the previous session, was this notion that we were going to be going into a world in which AGI was going to give an insuperable advantage to whoever had control of it. Sullivan did not want to see a world where AGI had Chinese characteristics, and so he believed that if we used semiconductor controls to keep the United States ahead for just long enough that they could get to AGI, at that point the United States would develop an insuperable advantage. So I think the world we're going to head into, I don't think that the technology is going to get there for a variety of technical reasons. Instead, I think that we should think about these technologies, AI in particular, as being a cultural and social and political technology. That is, that it's going to transform the ways in which society works. It's going to transform the way in which culture, our ideas and our norms are reproduced and changed. And as Ivan said, it is going to reshape our politics. And I think it is going to be much weirder and murkier and messier than anybody expects. And here I think I I'm absolutely in agreement with you. This is going to be a really hard process to control or to anticipate. The EU does like to adopt a precautionary principle type approach to new technologies, which I think is much better by and large than the US approach, which is more or less shrug your shoulders and deal with it years after the fact. But I also think that we are in a world where all of these policy-making apparatuses are going to have to get much more used to quick feedback from unexpected changes in the world than they have been in the past. And I think that the EU in particular is going to have a very difficult time with this. The whole process of, sort of get the Commission to come up with a draft for a directive or whatever, have this going through Parliament over a period of several years. This really is not going to be well fitted for the world that we're in. And so I do think that, sort of worlds of sort of having trialogues and all of these sort of other wonderful institutions, they're going to have to be radically reformed for a world in which change is going to happen much more quickly and much more unexpectedly than we think, and in which we really are going to have to adapt institutions rapidly to these quite unexpected demands that are likely to pop up.
Okay, Natalie, the field is yours.
Just a few comments. The first one about tech companies saying, well, if you keep on with your rules, we'll go elsewhere. Okay, if they are ready to lose the market of 450 million users, let's them give it a try. I'm not so certain. They hope that we change our regulations. At the moment we keep them, they adapt to them. And more than that, there is still a Brussels effect on GDPR, for instance. I remember, because they lobbied so hard against GDPR, and the moment we adopted it and we implemented it, they basically said to other countries, please use the same kind of regulation, because at least there's only one kind of regulation we have to adapt to.
Because it's the most...
It becomes the standard.
It's the strictest, and it's the best enforced. And it has a big market behind it.
And it has a big market.
So Google and Microsoft, even in America, they follow European data protection rules.
And a neighbor like the UK, despite Brexit, well, they don't say it in the open for obvious reasons, but I was there a month ago, legislators and people from the government are telling us, well, on DSA, on AI, don't say it too loud, but we are struggling to have as comparable a legislation as yours. Because for companies, it's easier to have comparable legislations, not to call them alignment to EU standards, but some sort. And you're right on the speed. The speed of technology, the speed of changes doesn't fit with the rhythm of the EU, and I get mad at the rhythm of the EU daily, but on tech regulation, who lobbied heavily to make us as slow as possible? Tech companies. Because they would say, okay, DSA, you adopt it, but you give us time to adapt. So I'm sure that citizens get lost. They don't even realize that we adopted it years ago and that we gave such a delay for companies to adapt to them. And in between, Trump administration came in and said, well, the conversation is not about how companies are going to adapt to DSA, it's how you are going to adapt DSA to our companies. And it's true for AI, it's true for political advertising. None of our legislations is being implemented on the day it's adopted. And it's because of the lobbying of businesses. So yes, we can be faster. On AI, I'm not saying that our legislation is going to last forever or even for a decade. And we were cautious to adapt it to different levels of risks. To say, okay, non-risky activities with AI, okay, go ahead. We are not going to regulate you that much. But high-risk activities, yes, there are a number of things that you have to do. And AI and democracy, well, you all know about deepfakes, or you think you know, because we already saw some examples of deepfakes changing election results, like in Slovakia, where the party which was heading in the polls and heavily heading in the polls faced a deepfake just before the election day and lost at the last minute to the party of Robert Fico. So it has consequences. We have to stand firm. Of course, we have to be agile and adapt to new technologies, new usages. For instance, we have to have open eyes on how cryptocurrencies are being the financial means to pay for foreign interferences and for political parties, because it's brand new and it changes the rules on many things. But our citizens are not telling us, give it away.
No, definitely
not at all.
No.
They are saying, we made our choices and we want to see our choices implemented. And we have to realize that this so-called conversation on freedom of speech versus censorship is hiding much bleaker issues. We are trying to regulate child sexual abuses online. Businesses are fighting against it.
Against
regulation. The same way as some years ago we were trying to ban terrorist contents online. Businesses were telling us it was not possible. Well, we stood firm because we were certain it was possible to withdraw terrorist content in an hour. And finally, it's not that it was not possible, it's just that it had a cost. But what sort of cost does it have for our society to have terrorist contents online, to have child sex abuse online? We cannot agree that tech company leaders not being elected, private companies are designing rules which apply to common good.
Okay, so the Empoli is wrong, actually. It's still the public versus the market, and the market is winning. Can I push you a little bit more on, you say you have no solutions, but I'm sure you're thinking of them. If our regulation is not up to speed, up to target even, what else is it that we can do, you think?
One of the good news is that because of all these things happening, every crisis is also changing the way people view what the technologies are doing. One of the best books that I have been doing, what you're doing, I have read of how you respond to the fake news was basically asking people to make a fake news themselves. Because the moment you understand how easy it is, you're starting to see basically the information differently. And this is particularly true for the deepfake, which is going to be what we're going to see. So from this point of view, it's not that the people are also the same users of technologies that they have been yesterday. But what I'm afraid is the following. Before, by the way, the MAGA people, they came to power, and one of their major target in the beginning was the big tech companies. Because basically MAGA believed that technology companies were totally on the Biden side and were going after them. So if you're going to see, so from this point of view, one of the interesting stories about technology is that everybody believes that they're victim of technology. The same with the fake news. I never believed that any of my friends ever believe that he's the victim of fake news. Normally, we claim that the victim of fake news are people who do not think like us, and we cannot understand how they cannot see the obvious. I do believe that there are major political divides in our society, and the biggest story is polarization. Now you're trying to use technology to solve the political problem that many does not think like you. And this is exactly the story of American talk about we're for the freedom of speech, and then you go and ask students to show their social media. This should be made, this is not high technology, this is common sense. Either you believe that people can say what they want to say, and then basically you cannot check.
Do we need to work on education?
But this is
civic education.
But civic education is great. The problem is that people now are educated through much more different channels than simply the school. And one of the biggest problems that at least I see in the countries that I know better is that part of this major uneasiness and anxiety comes from the fact that the parents don't believe anymore that they know how to educate their children. They want the states to do this. They try to see smartphones as the source of everything that is changing, and they cannot understand anymore. So we're talking about a major social change, not only political. By the way, political is going to be incredible. It's in 5 years, those of you who are going to go on elections, you're going to see what AI does, because the cost is going to be very low. And as a result of it, these are things that we're not going to prevent. And even you can cut for 2 weeks before the elections. Social media, by the way, it's not going to be very popular with the voters, believe me. But then this is going to create another conspiracy theories and others. So we're going to live in a world which is going to be very much fragmented. Because what the market does is, and this is different to the state, state tries to create a social cohesion. Any state, by the way. Democratic, authoritarian state, they want to create a common space and basically social cohesion. Market works by fragmenting because you're creating different niches and others. So this is a different principle of governing society. How to govern society which is very much fragmented. How to be sure that different parts of the fragments has equal rights. This is a new type of question. So on this type of kind of questions, I don't have an answer, because the answer is not simply a policy answer. I don't believe that we should not try to regulate. There are certain things that can be achieved through regulations. To believe that it is enough, our regulations to be implemented, and that all problems are going to disappear, or that current American government is simply going to watch how we're doing this, if they see them as their allies, I'm slightly more skeptical. So there is a Brussels effect. There is also Trump effect. And let's see which of them are going to be stronger when it comes to technology.
Yeah, okay. What are your thoughts about this?
Okay, so I'm a little bit in between, which is to say that on the Brussels effect, I think the Brussels effect is toast. I don't think that it works very well anymore, because if you look at privacy, the reason that the Brussels effect worked very well was that the United States did not have an alternative to offer. It did not want to regulate privacy in the private sector. And so this meant that it was effectively the United States with nothing to offer, trying to say that this nothing was better than regulation. And that argument did not particularly work. So I think the Brussels effect works very well in a world where we have a relatively unified market, where there is a need for rules for everybody to coordinate upon. And the European Commission is extremely good at slowly, patiently, carefully crafting and tweaking those rules in such a way as to take advantage of a unified, globalized world. And this is a different version of Ivan's point. We're in a fragmented world now, and I think it's going to be much, much harder for Europe to use its traditional approaches. And here I think this is where the Eurostack conversation really comes in, that I think, Sven, this is where I absolutely agree with you on the Digital Services Act. I think Europe has a fundamental problem, which is EACO. Europe always chickens out. When it comes to these kinds of things, Europe, it has great difficulty in mounting a unified perspective. It is very easy for opponents to try to pick things off. And I think when the European Commission sees the Digital Services Act as being a set of possible concessions to offer in a trade deal, this is a fundamental mistake, a very basic mistake that it is making about the nature of the situation that Europe is in at the moment. And so if you look at there was a Department of State official Substack talking about the need for civilizational allies in Europe, which expresses their argument, where it says more or less that Europe is all about trampling democracy and Western heritage along with it in the name of a decadent governance class which is afraid of its own people. Look around. Here is the decadent governance class and this is the reason they want to get rid of the Digital Services Act. They've got a theory of what Europe ought to be, and Europe fundamentally needs to be a far-right populist set of institutions if it is to work. Final question. I do think that we don't want to talk about the market versus politics. I completely agree with Ivan on the point about fragmentation, but this is something which is not necessarily being produced by market mechanisms. This is being produced by a new form of politics. So I think the
political choices.
Yeah, but and fundamentally here, I think the way that I think about it is, we talk a lot about what the public is. We cannot see what the public is. The public is too vast, too complicated, too amorphous to actually have a shape. So we have various technologies which we use to try to reduce it down, such as surveys and opinion polls, which tells that 45% of people want this and 30% of people want that, and so on. We have been dealing with, over the last decade, a new technology that, quote, reveals various forms of the public, which are more or less distorted to itself, which is social media. And we're about to be hit by large language model type technologies, such as GPT, which are a whole different kettle of fish. So when I worry about them, I'm less worried about the generation of deepfakes than the possibility of having automated persuasion at scale. There is some very interesting research coming out, which suggests, on the one hand, if you want to look at the positive side of it, you can use these technologies to persuade people out of conspiracy theories. So you just get them to talk to the large language model, and if it has not been tweaked too much in bad ways, it is going to tell them all of the reasons, and it is going to be an endlessly patient interlocutor with them. On the other hand, there is research which has not been published yet, but which is floating around, which suggests that you can use large language models in much the same way to persuade people to bad and to crazy ideas, generating very, very different kinds of publics than we have had in the past. And that, I think, is the real set of problems that we need to confront.
Well, that's a lot of work for legislators as well. I think I will throw it open and see if there are any questions from the room. We have 10 minutes left, I think. Are there any questions? Yes, there are several questions. Can you introduce yourselves? And
Yes, Andrew Puddifat. I used to chair the Internet Watch Foundation, which is an organisation that searches and blocks child sex abuse online. Just wanted to correct something Natalie said. The big US corporations are not the major hosts of child sex abuse. The largest country and the largest number of countries that host sex abuse in the world is the Netherlands, unfortunately, Mabel, where about 5 or 6 sites hold the bulk of child sex abuse images, followed by Slovakia. So it's an EU problem. That material is being hosted here in Europe, and European countries are not dealing with it. It's not the American companies. Let's just get that right. And secondly, the DSA requires risk assessments by companies as part of its regulation. That's the core of its approach. When the companies submitted their risk assessments, no one in Europe came back to them in the first year to give them a comment on the risk assessments. So the companies have concluded that the EU doesn't know how to enforce its risk assessment process. And I think it needs to gear up its regulators to actually deal with the legislation. It's not just a resistance on behalf of the companies. There are failures on the European side that need to be addressed.
Okay. One there.
Hi, my name is Casper, and I guess, Natalie, I work on the dark side. I work for a US technology company. One thing that I'm very concerned about these days is a little bit the transatlantic relationship, and I have a question to you on that, because I think what we've seen for good reasons on Danish, so we have had a thing with Greenland, so we understand the concerns about the US approach. But I think what we're also seeing is what I would call digital sovereignty on steroids in the last 4 months, where European leaders are incredibly concerned about US technology. The ICC case that was mentioned before is sort of a very good example on that. But it's actually pushing us a little bit into the hands of the Chinese. So in the bigger picture, what do we do to keep the light on, as Nacho said, to keep a transatlantic relationship so that we can stay together? I personally think the private sector will have to be the custodians of the transatlantic relationship right now, but what do we need to do?
Question there. I'll take 3 and then I let you answer them.
Thank you. Zanda Kalnin-Ilkshevitz, a member of Latvian Parliament. And I recently prepared for the Council of Europe a report on foreign interference that was adopted by the parliamentarians in April. And I fully share the analysis. And indeed, thank you, first of all, a great discussion and great panel. And I would like to come back to the question, what can we do? Because I think we share the concerns, we share the analysis, and then there are not so much to do on our to-do list, because it's more for the long term, so media literacy, critical thinking, education of the society, but the speed is incredible. So I would dare to pose a rather blunt question. So if we see who are the main meddlers in our democracy, so there are three: Russia, China, and Iran. And recently Canada indicated that also India is trying some of the techniques. So, and the two most dangerous platforms are the China-based TikTok and Russia-linked Telegram. Those were also the ones used in Moldova, in Romania, and elsewhere. So could we go back to the idea of banning TikTok in Europe? Or shouldn't we spare and lose any time and energy on that, and instead try to become good and better in using TikTok, for example, also for the good of democracy and communicating also our values and ideas?
Okay, 3 questions, a little bit over 5 minutes left. You've got 2 minutes each to answer the questions. You're going to donate 1 minute to the European Parliament. Okay, European Parliament, you start.
This fancy idea of banning TikTok. Look at Donald Trump, who said he would, and then he postpones the decision because he probably hopes there's going to be a deal and one of his friends is going to benefit from the deal. Because now what we are seeing in the US is more oligarchs in charge than anything else. I'm not sure banning TikTok is something that I would favor, first because I'm a liberal. I don't like to ban a media, because we are talking about media after all. These companies have resisted the idea that they were media, but they are media. So banning a media is not an option that I would favor, and if we ban TikTok, another one will come. So it's a race that we will not win at the end. But just saying, if you want to work on our market, if you want to make money on your market, you respect our rules. That's a very calm conversation that we have to have. I agree that sometimes the essay was not or is not properly implemented, neither by the European Commission or by member states. But to be honest, in terms of lobbying and pressure that we feel in the European Parliament, tech companies are Olympic champions. They are in our corridors day in, day out. And they really want us to try to say, okay, for the sake of good transatlantic relations, be nice and don't do what you said you would be doing. And imagine, I'm an elected politician. I would go back to my voters. I said, finally, the reasons why you elected me, you were wrong because I'm not following suit with my promises. Thank you, but it's not what I'm going to do because I still want to win the next election. Sorry for that. But how could we work better in a transatlantic manner? You're right to say that there is a little music right now saying Trump is so bad, and after all, Chinese are stable. And why wouldn't we turn to a stable China, stable and powerful? And obviously, private companies in the US have a role to reach out and not to get aligned with the Vance type of speech, which really doesn't fly well in Europe. And a number of them are doing it. Microsoft was present in the European Parliament recently and will be back, probably with this instinct that if we want to make sure that in Europe there is no pressure to drift away from the transatlantic relation and sort of consider that China is not that dangerous after all, we have to work with private companies to have a common understanding. But this common understanding cannot be that we forget about our priorities and our societal choices.
Because after all, we want to keep the light on, or some light on. What about companies as custodians of transatlantic relations?
It's possible. I think it's going to be tough. So here, so in response to two questions, I'm going to steal two ideas from science fiction writers. On the question of Atlantic cooperation, Cory Doctorow, who's a science fiction writer and tech writer, talks a lot about what he calls adversarial interoperability as a principle for how technology works. And he talks about things like the internet. So many of the internet's fundamental security protocols are based upon the idea that you cannot trust others. So you try to build around that. And I think if businesses do want to be what Microsoft used to call a digital Switzerland between these sort of clashing powers, it is going to have to figure out how to build adversarial interoperability into its fundamental protocols so that it makes itself fundamentally incapable of handing over data to state A, which has been demanded as from state B. This is something which we have seen has happened in the past, and I don't think that people are fundamentally going to trust in Europe US-based businesses unless they take some quite fundamental steps to make themselves fundamentally incapable of responding to certain kinds of attacks. And on the question of what do we do, big question, I think that there's a very nice, Ruthana Emrys, she's a science fiction writer, she has a book called A Half-Built Garden. It's a vision of the future. And one of the fundamental questions she asks in that is, what if we had social media which was designed not to take advantage of fundamental human cognitive biases, but then instead to try and correct for this? This is an interesting set of design problems which we do not see very much demand for take-up in the tech space at the moment. I would love to see a lot more, and I would love to see a lot of work being done by politicians to encourage that to happen.
Okay. Have you given away your 2-minute slot, or?
I have my 50 seconds. And the story is, in a democracy, the biggest fear always that somebody is going to control people's mind. And you're forgetting 1950s, how many people basically believed about the power of brainwashing and this and that. There is a natural process also of regulation, which means that people start to fear certain things and they try to react. But there is one major difference between the government and the market. Market is empowering you to do what you want. And what you want is to talk to people like you. So this fragmentation isn't important, not simply because the companies are pushing for this, but because this is our natural choices. How to mix people is a problem. Normally, state was doing this, but that does not feel very legitimate to do it anymore. Sorry.
Okay. That was right on target. We're 10 seconds slow. I want to thank the panel for a very fascinating discussion. Could have gone on for a long time. And Vesela is going to take over from us.
Thank you very much. We're nearing the end of this meeting. We worked very hard for the last 24 hours with a lot of ideas and exchanges. But before we come to the closing part, I just wanted to mention some of the people who have worked to make this happen for the last 8 months, actually. So you please help me thank our advocacy team, Filipa, Nele, Alexia, Huay, Marga, our comms team, Andreas, and all of the colleagues around the Warsaw office, Piotr, Marta, Daria, all our fellows who helped us shape the panels, our coordinators, our volunteers, and everybody else who really made this an amazing event. I also want to really thank the Polish presidency and the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs for taking us as their crown jewel at last at the end of their presidency. Thank you very much. Last but not least, we do produce not only ideas here, but also hopefully good memories. There are all these pictures like this. You can see them in the meeting rooms. Feel free to pick and take whichever you like. Go around. This is my favorite. And now it's my pleasure to pass the floor to the original, our one and only Carl Bildt.
Thanks very much. And for a change, I'm not going to talk about Denmark. There's been a lot of that so far. Just some brief remarks on what we have been saying. One thing I think is abundantly clear to all of us: the old order is no longer. We used to talk about a global, liberal, global order, as you remember. It was never 100% liberal. It was not entirely global either, and it wasn't always 100% order, but for some lucky decades, it was close enough. Now, wherever we look, liberal values are under assault, democracy is seen as in retreat, and the global cooperation and economy is fracturing. What's left of the celebrated liberal global order is obviously declining and decaying by the day. We have entered a new era of disorder without any end in sight. But it's, in a sense, even worse than that. Because we're in a world where both at the same time, geopolitical tensions are rising and global challenges are rising as well. And the dilemma of our world today is then that we see with the global challenges, the need for cooperation is rising, but the possibility of actually doing it is declining. There are numerous global challenges that require far greater degree of cooperation than we've had so far. Climate change hasn't been touched upon very much during our days here, but it is a reality. I see Arctic unfreezing at a very fast pace, just to take one example. The threat of pandemics isn't gone. There is something lurking around the corner. And then we have the revolution of AI. There is a San Francisco consensus, if I might use that phrase, that we are rapidly approaching artificial superintelligence, surpassing what human beings have ever seen. But there is no global consensus on how the risks that are associated with this should be handled. Then, of course, the rapidly rising geopolitical tensions. We all know, and it's been said repeatedly here, that the fate of Ukraine will define the security of Europe for decades to come. If Europe were to fail, all bets are open. You can discuss whether Russia today has ambitions beyond Ukraine, but it's fairly obvious that the appetite grows with eating. Mr. Putin has been, that should be said, spectacularly unsuccessful so far. He started invading with his army of roughly 200,000 men, has since then expanded his army to roughly 3 times that size, has suffered casualties of roughly 1 million people, mostly men, and today controls a smaller share of Ukraine territory than 3 years ago, slightly less than 20%, it is not overly impressive. I don't think the Russian army will deliver the victory that Putin seeks, but he still hopes that the weakening of the will of the West at the end of the day will. The brutal reality that we must confront is that peace will not come to Europe until we are in the post-Putin period and Ukraine is secured inside also the EU. And now, of course, the wars in the Middle East have also reached new dimensions of dangers. As I said yesterday, the tragedy of Israel is that while it's undoubtedly very good at making war, it is so far manifestly unable to do peace. And that inability to make peace has driven it into yet more wars. And this, also that, is our neighborhood. The transatlantic relationship, has been pointed out in our discussions, will never be the same. The remaining energies of the rather tired American power will be directed to trying to contain China. It is an American power that is tired of carrying burdens for others. It's a power that has gone from creative when it comes to setting up a global order to disruptive of what is still left of it. And with the unpredictability of the US, the concept of de-risking, as was pointed out in one of our panels, will have to apply not only to our relationship with China, but also to the one with the United States. No amount of flattery will change that. It is, thus, a rather demanding situation for our Europe. Our peace is under threat, and the foundations of our prosperity, they are not as strong as we would like. We have to adjust to a world dominated by raw power and illiberal ideas. Our old friends fade away, and new fires keep erupting. But it's also a world where new friendships brings new opportunities. 87% of global goods trade has nothing to do with the United States. And 2/3 of the growth in the global economy is in Asia. And we, in contrast to the United States, we don't have a trade deficit. Our products are in demand across the world. But we must also recognize that much of our future will be shaped by what happens in cyberspace, in outer space, and in inner space. AI, synthetic biology, quantum computing, possibilities and dangers are mind-boggling. We must step up our game across the board. The situation, thus, is deeply challenging. But let's still remember that there is no other place in the world that delivers the quality of life to the broad majority of its citizens as our European societies do. After all, to be a superpower, not perhaps in production, not perhaps in innovation, but to be a superpower in the quality of life isn't a bad place to be when we confront all the other challenges of this age of global turmoil. With that, a slight optimistic note at the end. Thanks to all of you for coming. Safe travels, and see you soon again. Thanks.